Yeah, this is coach A. You can also sit in these two unreserved seats.
Good morning and welcome on board your 5:45 Lumo service travelling to Edinburgh. Today we'll be calling at Newcastle, arriving at 8:39, Morpeth, 8:54 and Edinburgh, final destination at 10:08. My name is Dawn, together with Anthony. It's our pleasure to be your onboard ambassador today. We also have Kev joined us, who is our customer service driver. This is a non-smoking service and the use of e-cigarettes is not permitted on the train either. We do have CCTV in operation, and if you do see anything suspicious or out of place, if you can text the British Transport Police on 61016 or let ourselves know. We are part of the Seeing Safe Sorted campaign at the moment, and your safety is important to us. We do have Wi-Fi on board. If you do have any difficulty connecting to the Wi-Fi, you can let Anthony or myself know. We'll be happy to assist you. You can head to the Lumo app where you can watch movies, get the local attractions and such more. We will be coming round, checking all the tickets. Can please request that you have your tickets and rail cards ready for inspection, please. After that, we will commence our SE trolley service. This is the cashless service, so it's card payment only. We do not have any hot food on board or sandwiches, so we do have for breakfast croissants and granola bars in the range of the snacks. Hope you enjoy your journey with Lumo today, and if there's anything myself or Anthony can do, if you just let us know, we'll be happy to assist you. Thank you.
Already, thank you.
And do I show my rail card as well?
Yes, awesome, thank you very much.
Sometimes they don't ask you for a rail card like on Northern.
Alright.
Because Northern services are usually packed.
Right.
Such as Liverpool to Wigan.
Have you got your rail card there, please? Thank you.
I mean, some Northern services are packed. Liverpool to Manchester Victoria was packed until
Lovely, that's fantastic.
Newton Llewellows.
The real
It was packed for the entire journey, but the guard did eventually check tickets for everyone.
Oh, that's the same ticket as that one?
There's
Oh, that's coming up as well. Can I just...
I think I've changed it.
Oh, there you go. And the rail card, please.
Yeah, let me just get it.
was going to travel with LNER, but this train arrives into Edinburgh first, while the LNER one arrives an hour later. this you definitely do not get on the refurbished Avanti West Coast Class 390s. On the following train operating companies, reservations for bikes and other large items are mandatory. Avanti West Coast, Caledonian Sleeper, EMR Intercity between St Pancras, Leicester, Sheffield and Nottingham. Grand Central, Hull Trains, LNER, Lumo, Transpennine Express and ScotRail long distance services from Aberdeen to Inverness, Edinburgh to Inverness, Edinburgh to Aberdeen, Glasgow to Aberdeen and Glasgow to Inverness, and maybe the West Highland line as well. Could be wrong. Transport for Wales on the Mark IV sets between Cardiff, Newport, South Wales, Hereford, Shrewsbury, Crewe, Manchester, Chester and Holyhead and other destinations in North Wales. Trolley's not coming till after Stevenage. Chances are we could be stopping behind a slower Thameslink service or Great Northern. So it's 2 Charlie 80 from King's Cross to Cambridge. This is a Thameslink service, and 0526 departure from King's Cross. That's currently in the platform at Welwyn North. Sunrise is at 7:47, which means it'll be sunrise between York and Thirsk.
arriving at Stevenage. If you're leaving the train, take a moment to check you have everything with you.
If morning. We will be doing a stop at Stevenage. This is for Tuesday passengers only. Please do not leave the train when we stop. Thank you.
This is a control panel for when the guard is operating the doors. And I love the automated announcements. Exact same person from Hull Trains and Transpennine Express. Just gonna stretch my legs in the vestibule area, and when the train leaves Stevenage I'll go back to my seat. Thameslink service from Cambridge to Brighton. On Lumo, announcements are usually manual from the guard or driver. I wouldn't say guard, I would say train manager. Never actually travelled with Hull Trains or Transpennine Express myself, just heard the announcements from a video from Tom's Rail announcements. Perfect timing, Thameslink train arrives at the exact same time as us. It's a shame that the Class 317s, 321s and 365s were withdrawn. Same with the Class 313s.
This is Stevenage. This is a Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop for this service will be Newcastle.
I thought it would be the exact same person from LNER.
This is your customer driver. The train's once again ready for departure. Please stand clear of the closing doors. Once again, train's ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
To move my stuff.
Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. This service will be calling at Newcastle, Morpeth and Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop will be Newcastle.
Much more legroom in this seat compared to the one I reserved. I was assigned by Lumo. Priority seats tend to have more legroom than other seats. Most other seats.
Good morning, welcome on board all passengers just joined us at Stevenage. My name's Dawn and together with Ashley we'll be your customer experience ambassadors today. This is an all-small service means that e-cigarettes is not permitted anywhere on the train. If you do see anything suspicious or else, please you let myself or Anthony know or text British Transport Police on 61016. Please stay slowly. We'll be popping out just check the tickets from Stevenage and then once done that we'll commence our active trolley service where we have arranged snacks, hot beverages, cold beverages and alcohol. Unfortunately we don't have any sandwiches on board or hot food. It needs to be pre-ordered in advance of the move. Please that. Now we'd like to sit back, relax and enjoy your trip.
The man who did the automated announcements for Lumo will also be on the new Avanti West Coast and EMR class 805s, 807s and 810s when they enter service sometime this year. Driver only operation on the Elizabeth line, London Overground C2C. Train operating companies that have driver only operation on all services. Great Northern C2C Elizabeth line, London Overground C2C, Great Northern. Heathrow Express and Thameslink, also Gatwick Express. Heathrow Express has driver controlled operation. Driver controlled operation means that there are members of staff on board for revenue and customer service reasons. Some London Overground North London line services between Clapham Junction, Richmond and Stratford have members of staff on board for revenue and customer service reasons. Mostly during quiet times, but it's highly unlikely if the train is rammed to capacity. Guard operation on all services: Avanti West Coast, Caledonian Sleeper, Cross Country, EMR, Grand Central, Hull Trains, Island Line, LNER, London North Western Railway, Lumo, Merseyrail, this excludes the new trains which apparently are driver control operated. Northern, South Western Railway, Transpennine Express, Transport for Wales and West Midlands Railway. The new Merseyrail trains either have guard operation or driver controlled operation, meaning that there's a member of staff on board for revenue and customer service reasons. The old Merseyrail trains are entirely guard operation, so that means all Wirral Line branches from Liverpool, from Moorfields, Liverpool Lime Street, Liverpool Central and James Street to Chester, Ellesmere Port, New Brighton and West Kirby have guard operation, and all Merseyrail Northern Line services from Hunts Cross to Southport and Liverpool Central to Ormskirk have guard operation. But the new Class 777 trains that are only operating between Liverpool Central and Kirkby have driver control operation. Some Class 507s and 508s still operate from Liverpool Central to Kirkby. I think the Class 777s only operate between 9 AM and 4 PM. Merseyrail usually advertise which services exactly are 777s. Train operating companies that have a mix of driver operation and guard operation. Chiltern Railways. All Class 68 services have guard operation everywhere. Class 165s and 168s have driver only operation from Marylebone to Gerrards Cross, High Wycombe, Aylesbury, Vale Parkway, Oxford and Banbury, but have guard operation north of Banbury towards Birmingham, Moor Street and Snow Hill, Kidderminster and Stratford upon Avon. Eurostar, I think, has guard operation as well. Don't know exactly, as I haven't been on Eurostar since 2013 school trip to Paris. Greater Anglia. All Greater Anglia services, including the Stansted Express, have driver operation, apart from select services which have guard operation. Class 755, Norwich to Ely, Sheringham, Great Yarmouth and Lowestoft. Ipswich to Felixstowe, Great Yarmouth. Ipswich to Felixstowe, Lowestoft, Cambridge and Peterborough, and Markstay to Sudbury. Maybe the Class 720s as well, from Colchester to Clacton-on-Sea, Walton-on-the-Naze, Colchester Town and Ipswich. Maybe the intercity trains, Class 745 between Colchester and Norwich, has guard operation. It's either guard operation or driver controlled operation on the intercity between Liverpool Street, Colchester, Ipswich and Norwich. GWR has driver operation on all Thames Valley services apart from the following, which have guard operation for operational reasons. Services from Reading to Basingstoke, Redhill and Gatwick Airport. Oxford to the Cotswolds. Oxford to Worcester, Great Malvern and Hereford via the Cotswolds. All other GWR services outside of the Thames Valley, including all Class 800 and 802 services, have guard operation. Class 387, I remember seeing a guard between Didcot Parkway, Swindon and Bristol Parkway. GWR has driver operation on the following services only: West Ealing to Greenford, Paddington to Newbury, Paddington to Didcot Parkway, Reading to Newbury, Newbury to Bedwyn, Slough to Winslow and Eton Central, Marlow to Maidenhead and Twyford to Henley-on-Thames, also from between Reading, Didcot Parkway, Oxford and Banbury. 7 services apart from Clapham Junction to Watford Junction, which has a guard on board. All Class 171 and 313 services have guard operation. The 313s are to be withdrawn by May. Southeastern driver controlled operation on the high-speed services to and from St Pancras, as high-speed services have an onboard manager for revenue and customer service reasons. All Metro services have the driver-only operation. Mainline services have driver-controlled operation. From Cannon Street, Charing Cross and London Bridge to Sevenoaks and Victoria to Bromley South and Swanley. Services that do not call at Swanley have driver-controlled operation as far as Bromley South. Guard operation beyond Sevenoaks at Swanley towards Cannon. All Southeastern Class 375 and 377 services, as well as the occasional 465s and 466s, have guard operation within Kent. Just not Swanley to Victoria or Sevenoaks to London Bridge, Cannon Street and Charing Cross. ScotRail has guard operation on all services apart from a few electric services in the Strathclyde area which have driver-only operation or driver-controlled operation, as some services have members of staff on board for revenue and customer service reasons. Guard operation, the guard can, once the guard has closed the doors, they can wave a green flag. That's if the signal or buzzer to the driver is not working. Some busy stations, they have dispatchers on the platform. These seats were first, Lumo started using these seats first back in October 2021. A Mark IV set. Then Avanti West Coast took inspiration from Lumo on their refurbished Class 390s in early to mid 2022, in about May. But this light you definitely do not get on the refurbished Avanti West Coast Class 390. Definitely better standard seats than on the GWR, Hull Trains, LNER and Transpennine Express Class 800s, 801s and 802s. Class 800 GWR and LNER, 801 LNER and 802 GWR, Hull Trains and Transpennine Express. Exact same as South Eastern High Speed, exact same legroom. Only difference is that South Eastern High Speed does not offer any catering on board. And South Eastern High Speed do not do any seat reservations. Rolling stock and what routes they operate on. Class 185, Liverpool, Lime Street to Cleethorpes and Hull, Manchester Airport to Saltburn. Manchester Piccadilly to Scarborough, York to Scarborough. Manchester Piccadilly to Huddersfield and Huddersfield to Leeds. If you purchase tickets from any TfL managed station, then you get the round door. For example, like Upper Holloway on the London Overground, or from Acton Main Line on the Elizabeth line. Whether you're starting your journey from that particular station or you're starting your journey from another station. For example, if you're travelling from Liverpool stations, Moorfields, Lime Street, Central or James Street to Ellesmere Port via Birkenhead Central, which means Merseyrail only, not Northern or Transport for Wales. Liverpool to Chester, 2 choices, via Runcorn with Transport for Wales or via Houghton with Merseyrail. The following train operating companies have request stops, which means if you want to get off at that station, you need to speak to the conductor on the train to arrange for the train to stop so you can alight. GWR, Island Line, Northern, ScotRail, Transport for Wales and West Midlands Railway. Or if you're getting on at a request stop, there's a button on the platform that you can press. Or you can just simply wave your hand to the driver and he'll stop the train. Smallbrook Junction is the only request stop on the Isle of Wight Island Line. GWR have request stops Dilton Marsh on the Cardiff to Portsmouth service. Not all trains call at Dilton Marsh. Services from Exmouth to Barnstaple, Exeter to Barnstaple, and most trains in Cornwall have request stops. Northern have request stops on the Barrow Inverness to Carlisle, Rochdale to Clitheroe and Colne to Preston routes. ScotRail have request stops on the Far North and Kyle of Lochulsh, Far North, Kyle of Lochulsh and West Highland lines. Transport for Wales, North Wales Coastal, North Wales services, stations between Llandudno Junction and Holyhead are request stops. Same with stations on the Cambrian line between Birmingham, Shrewsbury, Aberystwyth and Pwllheli, and also the Heart of Wales line between Shrewsbury and Llanelli. It leaves the Welsh Marches line at Craven Arms. And there's also stations west of Carmarthen towards Pembroke Dock, Milford Haven and Fishguard Harbour have a couple of request stops. The only West Midlands Railway services to have request stops. Are services between Stratford-upon-Wootton, Welwyn, Dansey, Woodend and the Lakes are the only request stops for West Midlands Railway. Between Stratford-upon-Avon and Wetlock's End, services continue to Kidderminster. Other than GWR, Island Line, Northern, ScotRail, Transport for Wales or West Midlands Railway, no other train operating company does request stops. Roy Bridge on the Fort William branch of the Caledonian Sleeper used to be a request stop. Same with Brampton on Greater Anglia's East Suffolk line between Ipswich and Lowestoft. Good thing that the Tube, DLR, Elizabeth Line, London Overground and the Tramlink do not do request stops. There are certain bus routes in London that do request stops. Penalty fare scheme. On 23rd of January 2023, penalty fare increased from £20 or twice the full single fare, whichever is the greater, to £100 plus the full single fare, which, if paid within 21 days, is reduced to £50 plus the full single fare. Only on the following train operating companies: C2C, Chiltern Railways, EMR, Gatwick Express, Great Northern, Greater Anglia including Stansted Express, Island Line, London North Western Railway, Merseyrail, Northern, Southern, South Eastern, South Western Railway, Thameslink, Transpennine Express, Transport for Wales and West Midlands Railway. They apply if you travel without a valid ticket, are unable to produce an appropriate rail card for a discounted ticket, travel in first class accommodation with a standard ticket, are aged 16 or over travelling on a child rate ticket, travel beyond the destination on your ticket, or on a train service where your ticket is not valid. Some morons tend to play the "my phone is dead" whenever someone comes to check their tickets. On TfL services, Tube, DLR, Elizabeth Line, London Overground, Tramlink and buses, a penalty fare is £80, which, if paid within 21 days, is reduced to £40. Usually revenue protection inspectors on the DLR, Tramlink and London Overground North London line services, but never on the Tube, Elizabeth Line or on London Overground services that are not Clapham Junction or Richmond to Stratford via Willesden Junction. Also, if you are using Google Pay or Apple Pay on the Tube DLR Elizabeth Line, London Overground, Tramlink or buses, then you should have enough battery that will last the journey. If your phone is almost dead, then you'll end up paying a maximum fare or a penalty fare. Thankfully, my phone never died while I travelled on Tube, DLR, Elizabeth Line, London Overground or Tramlink, not to mention buses. On Tramlink and buses, you have to tap in. On Tube, DLR, Elizabeth Line, London Overground, and on the Tube, DLR, Elizabeth Line and London Overground, you have to touch in at the start of your journey and touch out at the end of your journey, even if the stations you are travelling to or from do not have ticket barriers. Such as Mill Hill East on the Northern Line, Waterloo, the only entrance to the underground at Waterloo to not have ticket barriers is the Waterloo and City Line entrance, while the entrances to the Bakerloo, Jubilee and Northern Lines and South Western Railway have ticket barriers. Custom House, only the Elizabeth Line station has ticket barriers while the DLR station does not. Which means if you are changing at Custom House between the DLR and the Elizabeth Line, you have to touch it, you have to touch out before touching back in again. Only the following DLR stations have ticket barriers, as they are shared with other services. Bank shared with Central Circle District Northern, and Bank also served by the Central Circle District Northern and Waterloo and City lines. Woolwich Arsenal also served by South Eastern and Thameslink. West Ham also served by District, Hammersmith and City and Jubilee lines and C2C, and Stratford also served by Central and Jubilee lines, Elizabeth Line, London Overground and Greater Anglia, as well as C2C on Saturdays and Sundays. The Canary Wharf DLR station does not have ticket barriers, while the Jubilee Line and Elizabeth Line stations do. Only has ticket barriers for platforms 1, 2 and 3, or platforms 1, 2, 3 platforms 1, 2, 3, platforms 1, 2 and 3, Avanti West Coast, London North Western Railway, and the Caledonian Sleeper Highlander to Aberdeen, Inverness and Fort William. Platforms 8, 10 and platforms 8, 9, 10 and 11, London North Western Railway, platforms 8, 10 and 11 only, platform 9, London Overground. Some London North Western Railway services may use platform 9, while some overground trains may use platform 10. If a London Overground train is using a platform other than 9 or 10 at Euston, it has to change power at Camden Junction between Euston and South Hampstead. The only platforms to not have ticket barriers at Paddington, from National Rail, not the Elizabeth line, platform 1 as well as platforms 9, 10, platforms 9 and 10 I think, maybe or platform 11. Essex Road does not have any ticket barriers, but there's always a member of staff in the ticket office. Seen ticket barriers at the following London Overground stations: Gospel Oak, South Tottenham, Barking Riverside, Stratford, Highbury and Islington, Dalston Kingsland, Dalston Junction, Camden Road, West Hampstead, Willesden Junction, Wembley Central, Harrow and Wealdstone, Bushy, Watford Junction, Richmond, Clapham Junction, Crystal Palace, West Croydon, Norwood Junction, Surrey Quays, Canada Water, Whitechapel, Shadwell, DLR does not count, Wapping and Rotherhithe. Also at Shoreditch High Street, Hoxton, Haggerston, Hackney Wick, Hackney Central, Hackney Downs, Bethnal Green Central Line also has ticket barriers at Bethnal Green Central Line Station also has ticket barriers. Cheshunt, Enfield Town, Seven Sisters and Edmonton Green also have ticket barriers. So do Romford and Upminster. Limehouse, not Limehouse C2C only, not DLR. Custom House Elizabeth line only, not DLR. Canning Town also has ticket barriers. We will miss the Mark III derived units and PEP units when all of them are withdrawn. The following PEPs are withdrawn: Great Northern Class 313 withdrawn October 2019, ScotRail Class 314 withdrawn in about December 2019, Class 315 withdrawn from London Overground, Romford to Upminster and Lee Valley lines in October 2020, withdrawn from the Elizabeth line, Chenfield to Liverpool Street in December 2022, withdrawn from Chenfield to Liverpool Street in November 2022 before being finally withdrawn from Gidea Park to Liverpool Street in December 2022. London Overground Class 313s were transferred to Southern. Southern will withdraw its Class 313s in May. And Merseyrail's currently in the process of withdrawing its Class 507s and 508s. First from the Northern Line Kirby branch. That's Kirby to Liverpool Central. Mark III derived Class 317 withdrawal started in about about 2020, possibly due to the pandemic. And by 16th of July 2022, all Class 317s were withdrawn, being replaced by the Class 720s. Class 318s, thankfully still in service, with ScotRail on the Argyll and North Clyde lines, and maybe some other electric services in Strathclyde. Class 319 operated with Thameslink until 2015 to 2017. Currently operating with London North Western Railway and Northern. Expected to be withdrawn from both train operating companies sometime this year. Class 320s thankfully still operating in Scotland with the Class 318s in Strathclyde on electric services. Class 321 only the /3 Renatus units remain on the Great Eastern Main Line. 321/4s were withdrawn. Mass withdrawals of Class 321s began in 2021 because of the Class 720s. All 321/4s were withdrawn by the end of 2021 from the Greater Anglia network. Then the Class 321/9s and 322s were withdrawn in August 2022. Only a few /3 Renatus units remain and are currently being withdrawn, sadly. Class 442 withdrawn from the Gatwick Express between 2015 and 2017. Then withdrawn from South Western Railway in 2019. Then, due to coronavirus in 2020, South Western Railway decided to not bring the 442 back into service. Class 455 withdrawn from Southern in May 2022 with no replacement. Only the South Western Railway ones remain, which will be replaced by the Class 701s, which are expected to enter service sometime this year, hopefully. Class 456 withdrawn January 2022 because apparently South Western Railway were going to introduce the Class 701s then, but didn't. Class 769s rejected by GWR in December 2022, giving that Northern and Transport for Wales have 769s. Northern from Staley Bridge and Manchester Oxford Road to Southport. Transport for Wales on the Valley lines and Cardiff local routes, notably Redney to Penarth. The 1967 stock was withdrawn from the Victoria line between 2009 and 2011. Same with the Metropolitan line A stock. Then between 2014 and 2015, many C stock trains that operated on the Circle, District and Hammersmith and City lines were also withdrawn. Usually on the Circle and Hammersmith and City lines, as well as a couple of District line services between Edgware Road and Wimbledon. The D stock was withdrawn from the District line in 2017. converted into the London North Western Railway, into the Class 230 for London North Western Railway and Transport for Wales, and the Class 484 for the Island Line on the Isle of Wight. The Class 230 entered service in 2019 with London North Western Railway between Bletchley and Bedford. Transport for Wales is planning to use the Class 230s between Wrexham Central and Bidston, but in December 2022 Viva Rail went into administration. Meaning that London North Western Railway have to use replacement buses between Bletchley and Bedford. Transport for Wales are going to continue using Class 150s between Wrexham Central and Bidston. But the Island Line, thankfully, is still using Class 484s. Replacement buses are in operation between Bletchley and Bedford. Expected to be really busy from Newcastle. Doncaster area. You can also go to coach, see and help yourself between Morpeth and Edinburgh. The cross-country services between the northeast and southwest typically have an onboard trolley available between Edinburgh and Plymouth only. Cross-country still running non-stop between Haymarket and Dundee. Been like that since the May 2022 timetable. Bless you, whoever that was. Yes.
Wow.
I did this back in June 2022 for the journey back to London. Couldn't do the journey towards Edinburgh because I was assigned a seat with a wall.
Oh no.
I know there were strikes at that period.
Oh, it's the worst when you get the walls.
It was on 22nd of June and all seats were taken. I mean, for the journey back to London, someone was sitting next to me and they were fine with me stretching my legs at Morpeth, Newcastle and Stevenage.
You need to get one when it's snowing.
Snow causes delays.
It does cause delays, right?
It was snowing when I went to Liverpool in December.
It looks pretty though when you're on the train.
It was snowing when the train arrived into Hunts Cross with the Merseyrail train. It arrived into Hunts Cross from Southport, and when I got to Southport, it wasn't snowing.
Oh well, enjoy. You're doing
You too.
Oh, you're coming back?
I'm sitting in this seat until Newcastle. When we get to Newcastle, I move back to my original seat, or to this seat if no one's sitting here.
Available. That's £5.80, please. Lovely. Do you need a receipt? Yeah.
I'm sitting here because there's lots of space, and when we get to Newcastle, I'm gonna move because someone's reserved a seat.
Wait, what, Edinburgh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Edinburgh, because Scotland has some great trains.
I will be back with you across London very soon. Okay.
I'll be returning to London on the last southbound train of the day from Edinburgh. With Lumo, not LNER.
That's why I like it here.
Yeah, I chose Lumo because this train arrives into Edinburgh first, while the LNER train that leaves King's Cross at 6:15 arrives an hour later at 11:08. The only deep level tube lines to have open buttons that do not work are the Central and Jubilee. The Northern line also used to have open buttons, but those were removed. I tend to pretend to be the guard on the Central, Jubilee and Northern lines. I was pressing the open buttons despite them not working. Usually on the Northern line, the driver forgets to switch the announcements on, so I just often shout the announcements out loud onto the platform. Such as at Euston, platform 3, on the Bank branch towards Camden Town and beyond, mainly to High Barnet. I started shouting. This station is Euston Bank branch. Change here for southbound Northern line service via Charing Cross from platform 2, Victoria Line, London Overground and National Rail services. The next station is Camden Town, High Barnet branch. Change for Northern Line service for all stations to Edgware from platform 1, London Overground from Camden Road and buses to London Zoo. Upon arrival, the last set of doors will not open. Customers in the last carriage, please move towards the front doors to leave the train. This is a Northern Line train terminating at High Barnet. When I return to Scotland, I'll definitely travel on the Caledonian Sleeper, but I won't record the journey because it's about 7.5 hours up to Edinburgh. That's not mine, someone left it here.
I believe you.
I think it was yesterday on the train back to London. I mean, I wasn't on this train last night, so... What's that over there? Is a Transpennine Express Nova 3. Automated announcements on the Lumo trains are rare because it's usually members of staff doing manual announcements. The only disadvantage to travelling on Lumo is that there is no quiet carriage. Meaning if someone chooses to blast their own music out loud, you cannot escape them. On Hull trains and Transpennine Express and Grand Central, the only quiet carriages are for first class passengers, not economy or standard. You can either upgrade to first class on board the train by speaking to the conductor or guard, where available, if possible, or you can upgrade to seat frog. I mean, upgrade to first class with seat frog if possible. Only with the following train operating companies: Avanti West Coast, Cross Country, EMR Intercity, St Pancras to Sheffield and Nottingham, Grand Central, LNER, and Transpennine Express, but not for Hull Trains, Transport for Wales, Mark 4, or Greater Anglia Intercity. For those journeys, I'd recommend buying a first class ticket, whether it's in advance or on the day of travel. That's if you cannot upgrade by speaking to the guard or member of the staff on board the train. ScotRail does first class on its Edinburgh to Glasgow, Edinburgh to Aberdeen, Edinburgh to Inverness, Glasgow to Aberdeen, Glasgow to Inverness, and Aberdeen to Inverness routes. And you can upgrade by talking to the conductor only on the Class 170 and HST services and Class 385s between Edinburgh and Glasgow. Not on the Class 158s, as Class 158s do not have first class. On South Western Railway, you can also upgrade to first class by talking to the conductor. Heathrow Express, the only rip-off I see is Business First, which is £32 one way or £55 return, and railcard discount does not apply whether you're travelling from Paddington to Heathrow or vice versa. A standard ticket on the Heathrow Express for travel between Paddington and Heathrow is £25 one way or £37 return. With a rail card it's £16.50 one way or £24.40 return. GWR, you can also upgrade to first class with seatfrog. Or if seatfrog doesn't have any upgrades available, talk to the conductor on board and they'll sort you out. Caledonian Seatfrog also does upgrades on the Caledonian Sleeper from a classic room to a club room. Sadly, you cannot upgrade if you are a seated passenger. And the seats are shit according to many people. So the best way to travel on the Caledonian Sleeper is in a classic or a club room. Caledonian Double if you are travelling with more than one person and you don't want to be stuck in a seat for 7 hours between London and Glasgow or Edinburgh. It's a shame that the Mark IVs don't go north of York anymore. If only we had both Mark IVs and Azumas between London, King's Cross, Leeds and Edinburgh, but not between Leeds and York as that line is not electrified. You can hear the compressor. Listen closely. The only Greater Anglia service to have mandatory reservations for bikes and extremely large items are the intercity services between Liverpool Street, Stratford, Colchester, Chelmsford, Colchester, Manningtree, Ipswich, Starmarket, this and Norwich. Not on other Greater Anglia services, including Stansted Express, you do not need to reserve a space for a bike or an extremely large item. Welwyn North. We will be calling at Edge Hill, Wavertree Technology Park, Broad Green, Roby, Highton, Prescott, Eccleston Park, Battle Heath, St Helens Central, Garswood, Bryn and Wigan North Western. Can passengers please take some time to read the safety information displayed throughout the train and be aware that smoking or vaping is not allowed anywhere on this train. Customers are reminded to keep all personal belongings with them at all times. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the British Transport Police. This is the Northern service to Wigan North Western. The next stop is Edge Hill. Customers are requested to remain vigilant. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the British Transport Police via text on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sort it. Welcome to this Merseyrail service to Southport, calling at Liverpool South Parkway, Cressington, Aigburth, St Michael's, Brunswick, Liverpool Central, Moorfields, Sandhills, Bankhall, Bootle Oriel Road, Bootle New Strand, Seaforth and Liverland, Waterloo, Blundell Sands and Crosby, Hall Road, Hightown, Thornby, Freshfield, Ainsdale, Hillside, Birkdale and Southport. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted. This train is for Southport. The next station is Liverpool South Parkway. Welcome to this Merseyrail service to Kirby, calling at Moorfields, Sandhills, Kirkdale, Rice Lane, Fazakerley and Kirby. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted. This train is for Kirby. The next station is Moorfields. Welcome to this Merseyrail service. Service to Ormskirk, calling at Moorfields, Sandhills, Kirkdale, Walton, Orrell Park, Aintree, Old Roan, Maghull North, Town Green, Old Park and Ormskirk. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted. This train is for Ormskirk. The next station is Moorfields. Welcome to this Merseyrail service to Westkirk, calling at Moorfields, Liverpool Lime Street, Liverpool Central, James Street, Hamilton Square, Conway Park, Birkenhead North, Bidston, Leosell, Morton, Mells, Manor Road, Hoylake and West Kirby. If the Class 805 will be an upgrade or a downgrade from the Class 221s that Avanti West Coast are currently using from London Euston to Birmingham New Street, Wolverhampton, Shrewsbury, Chester and North Wales, as well as to from London Euston to Blackpool North and Edinburgh via Birmingham New Street. London Euston to Blackpool North, not just via Birmingham New Street, but avoiding Birmingham New Street. Welcome aboard this northern service to Liverpool Lime Street. We will be calling at Bryn, Garswood, St Helens Central, Fatto Heath, Eccleston Park, Prescott, Highton, Roby, Broad Green, Wavertree Technology Park, Edge Hill and Liverpool Lime Street. When Lumo trains pass through York, the northbound trains towards Edinburgh use a line that freight trains normally use, while the southbound trains to London pass through platform 3 at York Station. Transpennine Express. Nova 2's Manchester Airport to Glasgow Central and Edinburgh, also Liverpool Lime Street to Glasgow Central. Nova 3's Liverpool to Cleethorpes, Manchester Piccadilly to Scarborough and York to Scarborough. Nova 1 Newcastle to Edinburgh and Liverpool Lime Street to Newcastle. Class 185 Liverpool to Hull, Cleethorpes, Liverpool to Hull and Cleethorpes, and Manchester Airport to Saltburn. also Manchester Piccadilly to Huddersfield and Scarborough, as well as York to Scarborough and Huddersfield to Leeds. Nova was also operate from Manchester Piccadilly to Newcastle. Originally Manchester Airport. I think it was originally Liverpool to Scarborough, Manchester Piccadilly to Hull, Manchester Airport to Redcar Central, and Manchester Airport or Piccadilly to Cleethorpes. The only ones that have remained the same are Liverpool to Glasgow Central, Liverpool to Newcastle, Newcastle to Edinburgh, and Manchester Airport to Glasgow and Edinburgh via Carlisle. Liverpool to Edinburgh via Newcastle used to be a direct train, but is now two separate trains, Liverpool to Newcastle and Newcastle to Edinburgh. Hear the compressors again. That's just the wind. Class 185, can't wait to travel with Transpennine Express one day. Not sure which route I should do first. Should be on the Nova 3, Nova 2, Nova 1 or the Class 185. Nova 2s have shit window alignments in first class, while Nova 3s have the worst window alignments to economy passengers. Devastating to see some Mark IV carriages currently in storage and will most likely never return into service with LNER or Transport for Wales. It's a shame that the Mark IV sets are being withdrawn. Same with the Class 319s. The following were withdrawn a bit too soon, in my opinion. Class 321/4, one unit in particular, 321448, which was similar to the Renatus 321/3s. On a Monday, sometime in February, I may go up to Cambridge with Greater Anglia, because on Monday, 11th of July 2022, I went on the 1528 Greater Anglia service from Liverpool Street to Broxbourne, which was continuing to Cambridge North. I got off at Broxbourne as I was using contactless. It was on a now withdrawn Class 317, sadly. Sadly, the Class 317s were withdrawn 16th of July 2022. On its last day, it was operating one train per 2 hours between Hertford East and Liverpool Street, and Hertford East, Liverpool Street, Hackney Downs, Tottenham Hale, and Liverpool Street, Hackney Downs, Tottenham Hale, Ponders End, Brimsdown, Enfield Lock, Watham Cross, Cheshunt, Broxbourne, Rye House, St Margaret's, Ware, and Hertford East. That's St Margaret's, Hertfordshire, not St Margaret's, London, which is served by South Western Railway. There's 2 stations accepting Oyster and contactless named St Margaret's. One is St Margaret's in Hertfordshire, served by Greater Anglia, with the other one being St Margaret's, London, served by South Western Railway. I'll only record an Avanti West Coast journey again if I get a refurbished 390. Doesn't have to be the Pride one that is numbered 390-119. It can be a different one. Such as 390-157, which I did back in October 2020 when it wasn't refurbished. Transpennine Express service per hour between Manchester Airport and Saltburn. as well as 5 Grand Central trains per day between London King's Cross and Sunderland. Some of London's least used stations are Drayton Green, Sudbury and Harrow Road, and Rodding Valley, or Roding Valley. South Kenton is a popular train spotting location on the West Coast main line between Euston and Watford Junction, and is apparently a compulsory ticket area. Greenford on the Central Line and GWR is definitely a compulsory ticket area. The Middlesbrough to London King's Cross service, as LNER's London to Middlesbrough service always has 5 carriages. Grand Central Class 118 actually goes somewhere. I thought they'd be going nowhere. Central trains to Sunderland leave the East Coast Main Line. Avanti West Coast Class 805 electric power on all routes apart from the following, which will have diesel power: Wolverhampton to Shrewsbury and Crewe to Chester, Wrexham General and other destinations in North Wales. EMR electric power south of Kettering down to St Pancras, diesel power north of Kettering up to Nottingham and Sheffield. approaching Darlington, but we're not stopping. Exact same trade tables and seats as the refurbished Avanti West Coast Class 390s once again. So that's the line from Middlesbrough, Redcar Central and Saltburn. Used by only at least one Transpennine Express service a day. Was Darlington cross-country HST to Plymouth with 43304 leading. Couldn't see who it was at the rear. When we passed through Darlington I thought we'd be on the fast lines, but no, passing through platform 4 instead. Exact same experience back in June 2022. Newcastle to Liverpool Transpennine Express service. No, I don't have any rubbish. If anyone's going to have rubbish, it's not me. Not yet, at least. Avanti, West Coast and LNER are the only train operating companies to have an unreserved carriage. Avanti West Coast on the Class 390s, unreserved seating can be found in Coach C. On 9 car sets, on 11 car sets, unreserved seating can be found in Coaches C and U. Also in Coach G on the refurbished sets. On Class 221s, unreserved seating can be found in Coach C or Coach J if it's a double length train. I see 26 unreserved seats in this carriage, 2 wheelchair bays and 24 seats. So it's 24 if you're excluding the 2 wheelchair bays. I think all trains in the UK should have guards on trains and also ticket offices open from the first train to the last train. That sign over there means the bathroom is occupied. The seats are orange, which means they're available before or after Newcastle or before or after Morpeth. And 15 red seats, meaning that they're taken for the entire duration of the journey from London to Edinburgh or Stevenage to Edinburgh. Not that anyone got on in this carriage at Stevenage. If anyone did get on at Stevenage, then it would have been from other carriages. Welcome to this Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. This service will be calling at Newcastle, Morpeth and Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop will be Newcastle. For your safety and security, CCTV is in operation on this train. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text British Transport Police on 61016. If you see it, say it and we'll sort it. For the benefits and safety of everyone on this train, CCTV is in use. If you have an advance purchase ticket, it is only valid for the service shown on your reservation. If you are travelling on a different service, you'll be required to pay an additional charge. If you're unsure, please speak to a member of staff. First class accommodation is not available on this train. If it was Transpennine Express or Hull trains, it'll say first class accommodations is available on this train. Look at coach E. If it's a Nova Transpennine Express, Nova 1, Nova 2 or Nova 3. If it's on a class 185, then first class would be in coach C or coach G. Coach G if it was a 6-car class 185. On Hull trains, first class would also be available in coach D. The following Class 800s have, following Class 80X family members have composite first class areas. GWR IET 5-car sets. Hull Trains Paragon. LNER and the LNER Azuma 5-car and 9-car sets. Which means all of them. When I get to Edinburgh, I'll have about an hour and 20 minutes to spare before my train to Aberdeen. Not LNER, but ScotRail. Plus, tickets marked ScotRail only are not valid on cross country or LNER, not to mention the Caledonian Sleeper. Reservations are compulsory on the Caledonian Sleeper. Reservations on GWR's Night Riviera are recommended but not compulsory. Definitely upgrade to first class on both ScotRail journeys between Edinburgh and Aberdeen, the northbound and southbound journeys. Because the ScotRail HST carriages and power cars used to operate with GWR. Durham, no ticket barriers in sight, anybody can access the platform. Northern and Transpennine Express are the only train operating companies with the penalty fares scheme, which means penalty fares apply on Northern and Transpennine Express services, and you must have a valid ticket if you wish to travel with Transpennine Express or Northern from Durham. Platform 6 for the 0615 LNER Azuma service to Edinburgh. Calling at Stevenage, Peterborough, Grantham, Newark Northgate, Retford, Doncaster, York, Northallerton, Darlington, Durham, Newcastle and Edinburgh. This train has 9 carriages. Platform 6 for the 0615 LNER Azuma service to Edinburgh. Customers are reminded to mind the gap between the train and platform edge when boarding. The train at platform 15 is the 2350 Caledonian Sleeper service to Glasgow Central and Edinburgh, calling at Carlisle and Carstairs where the train divides. Please travel in the front coaches. Please travel in the front carriages of the train for Motherwell and Glasgow Central. Please travel in the rear carriages of the train for Edinburgh only. Platform 15 for the 2350 Caledonian Sleeper service to Glasgow Central and Edinburgh. Lovely sunrise. Platform 8 for the 0545 Lumo service to Edinburgh. Chesterley Street. A few Transpennine Express services stop there. Due to the short platform, you will need to be in the front 3 carriages in order to alight at Chesterley Street. Platform 8 for the 0545 Lumo service to Edinburgh. Calling at Newcastle, Morpeth and Edinburgh. This train has 5 carriages. Platform 8 for the 0545 Lumo service to Edinburgh. The next train to depart from platform 1 will be the 10:03 LNER Azuma service to Leeds, calling at Peterborough, Doncaster, Wakefield Westgate and Leeds. This train has 9 carriages. Platform 1 for the 10:03 LNER Azuma service to Leeds. Usually a Mark 4, when it's a Mark 4 it says Platform 5 for the 0903 LNER service to Leeds. Calling at Peterborough, Doncaster, Wakefield Westgate and Leeds. This train has 9 carriages. Platform 5 for the 0903 LNER service to Leeds. Soon be arriving into Newcastle. The next train to depart from platform 2 will be the 0948 Hull Trains Paragon service to Hull via Doncaster, calling at Grantham, Retford, Doncaster, Selby, Howden, Brough and Hull. This train has 5 carriages. Platform 2 for the 0948 Hull Trains Paragon service to Hull via Doncaster. This is a safety announcement. Due to today's inclement weather, please take extra care whilst on the platforms. Surfaces may be slippery.
Good morning, we'll shortly be arriving in Newcastle.
Shortly be arriving at Newcastle.
Passengers, when you appear at Newcastle, please be aware that there may be a step down onto the platform and a gap between the train and the platform edge. Please ensure that you gather all your personal belongings. Please check the overhead luggage rack under the seat in front of you and any luggage you may store in the boat storage area. Any items left on board will be handed in at Edinburgh Lost Property, where unfortunately you will have to pay a fee to retrieve your items. On behalf of Nancy and myself, I'd like to thank you for travelling with Lumo today. And getting off, just bear in mind if you do see anything suspicious or out of place, if you let one of the station staff know or text the British Transport Police on 61016. Thank you and hope you travel well with Lumo.
We will shortly be arriving at Newcastle. If you are leaving the train, take a moment to check you have everything with you. Please take care when leaving the train and use the handrails provided, as the step down to the platform is larger than usual at this station. Platform 5 for the 12:44 Northern service to Welwyn North Western, calling at Edge Hill, Wavertree Technology Park, Broad Green, Roby, Highton, Prescott, Eccleston Park, Fatto Heath, St Helens Central, Garswood, Bryn and Welwyn North Western. Platform 5 for the 12:44 Northern service to Welwyn North Western. Stuck on the King Edward VII Bridge, just south of Newcastle, as that cross-country vomiter has passed us. The next train to depart from platform 6 will be the 12:33 London North Western Railway service to Birmingham New Street, calling at Liverpool South Parkway, Runcorn, Acton Bridge, Hertford, Winsford, Crewe, Stafford, Peckridge, Wolverhampton, Smethwick Galton Bridge and Birmingham New Street. This train has 8 carriages. Due to short platforms, passengers for Liverpool South Parkway, Acton Bridge, Winsford, Penkridge and Smethwick Galton Bridge should board the front 4 carriages. Platform 6 for the 12:33 London North Western Railway service to Birmingham New Street. This seat has a poor window alignment. Seats 12 and 11.
Hello everyone, just carefully customer driver, apologies for the short delay there, we were just waiting for the train that was on our right hand side to cross over the point in front of us so we can get onto our platform. It's going to be platform number 3 this morning, which means the doors will be released on the train's right hand side in the direction of travel. Whether you're leaving us here in Newcastle or you're staying on for Morpeth and Edinburgh, thanks for including us in your travel plans this morning. It's been a pleasure having you on board, hope to see you in the service in the not too distant future.
Tyne and Wear Metro. I will do the Tyne and Wear Metro eventually when I come back to Newcastle. Not today, but hopefully sometime in the future, maybe this year. Platform 5 for the 10:42 Great Northern service to King's Lynn via Cambridge. Calling at Cambridge, Cambridge North, Waterbeach, Ely, Littleport, Downham Market, Watlington and King's Lynn. Due to a short platform, passengers for Watlington should board the front 4 carriages. This train has 8 carriages. Platform 5 for the 10:42 Great Northern service to King's Lynn via Cambridge. Platform 3 for the 08:42 Lumo service to Edinburgh. Calling at Morpeth and Edinburgh. This train has 5 carriages. Platform 3 for the 08:42 Lumo service to Edinburgh. Welcome to Newcastle.
This is Newcastle. This is a Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop for this service will be Morpeth.
Sorry.
Good morning, this is the 8:42 Lumo service to Edinburgh. Please note tickets for the train operators will not be bothered on the service. If you're unsure, please do check the bathroom staff on the platform. Any customers not wishing to travel, please return the platform when the doors are shortly closed ready for departure. Thank you.
Bye. Crew change at Newcastle.
Good morning, welcome aboard everyone who's joined us in Newcastle. This is the 0842 Lumo service from Newcastle to Edinburgh Waverley, calling at Morpeth on route. I've got the platform closing and securing all the doors. Anywhere near the door, please stand clear. The doors are about to close, thank you.
I'm sitting there.
I'm not sitting there making them.
I mean, it's. Bye bye, Newcastle. Love the onboard, the Lumo onboard team.
Good morning everyone, a very warm welcome on board this Lumo service travelling up to Edinburgh Waverley. Next stop is Morpeth, terminating at Edinburgh Waverley. My name is Deborah and together with Dawn and Kieran and alongside Jim, our customer driver, it is our pleasure to have you on board this morning. If you do see anything suspicious or out of place, please contact a member of the team or you can contact the British Transport Police on 61016. See it, sorted. Our customers and staff safety is paramount, therefore this train is fitted throughout with CCTV. Smoking and vaping is not permitted anywhere, and the toilets are fitted with highly sensitive smoke detectors. We do not sell any fresh sandwiches on board, however you can pre-order Lumo Eats on the Lumo Eats app. After we've checked all baggage is secure and checked all tickets and rail cards, we will commence with our at-seat trolley service. You can now download the Lumo app where you can book for future travel, watch the latest news, movies and much more. For now we'd ask you to sit back, relax and enjoy this Lumo travel experience. Thank you.
The only tube lines to not have passenger information systems are the Bakerloo, Central and Waterloo and City lines. But Central line should be getting passenger information systems. Waterloo and City line's understandable as it's only 2 stops, Bank and Waterloo. There goes the Tyne and Weir Metro. Class 156 of Northern and 2 Class 802s or Nova 1s of Transpennine Express. Platform 5 for the 12:40 Elizabeth line service to Abbey Wood via Paddington. Calling at Langley, Ivor, West Drayton, Hayes and Harlington, Southall, Ealing Broadway, Paddington, Bond Street, Tottenham Court Road, Farringdon, Liverpool Street, Whitechapel, Canary Wharf, Custom House, Woolwich and Abbey Wood. Platform 5 for the 12:40 Elizabeth line service to Abbey Wood via Paddington. Welcome to this Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. This service will be calling at Morpeth and Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop will be Morpeth. For your safety and security, this train is fitted with CCTV.
Any tickets from Newcastle?
Keep your belongings in sight at all times. For anything suspicious, speak to a member of staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. If you see it, say it and we'll sort it. I got on in London, so...
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. The crew passed it on.
Okay.
Got all 3 tickets.
No, we're just going everywhere. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Tickets, please. Perfect. Thank you. Any tickets from Newcastle?
Automated announcements. Approaching Stevenage, at Stevenage, and departing Stevenage. Platform 1 for the 13:40 East Midlands Railway service to St Pancras International, calling at Kettering, Wellingborough, Bedford, Luton Airport Parkway and St Pancras International. This train has 8 carriages. Platform 1 for the 13:40 East Midlands Railway service to St Pancras International. Platform 2 for the 13:27 Cross Country service to Birmingham New Street, calling at Cambridge, Ely, March, Peterborough, Stamford, Oakham, Melton Mowbray, Leicester, Nuneaton, Coleshill Parkway and Birmingham New Street. This train has 3 carriages. First class accommodation is at the front of the train. Platform 2 for the 13:27 Cross Country service to Birmingham New Street. Platform 3 for the 18:18 Chiltern Railways service to Oxford, calling at Bicester Village, Oxford Parkway and Oxford. This train has 6 carriages. Platform 3 for the 18:18 Chiltern Railways service to Oxford. Chiltern Railways service to Oxford. Platform 6 for the 06:36 Avanti West Coast service to Liverpool Lime Street, calling at Milton Keynes Central, Stafford, Crewe, Runcorn and Liverpool Lime Street. This train has 9 carriages. First class accommodation is at the front of the train. Please be aware that tickets marked London North Western Railway only are not valid on this train. 1657 London Overground service to Watford Junction, calling at Southampstead, Kilburn High Road, Queen's Park, Kensal Green, Willesden Junction, Harlesden, Stonebridge Park, Wembley Central, North Wembley, South Kenton, Kenton, Harrow and Wealdstone, Headstone Lane, Hatch End, Carpenter's Park, Bushy, Watford High Street and Watford Junction. Platform 9 for the 1657 London Overground service to Watford Junction. Platform 10 for the 1552.
We'll shortly be arriving at Morpeth. If you're leaving the train, take a moment to check you have everything with you. Please take care when leaving the train. Use the handrails provided, as the step down to the platform is larger than usual at this station.
Just stretching my legs here at Morpeth, I am continuing to Edinburgh.
Morning everyone, the next station we are approaching is Morpeth. Please make sure you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the hat racks above your head underneath the seats in front of you and the large luggage storage compartment spaces. If you do leave any belongings on board, these will be handed in at Edinburgh Waverley and you may have to pay a fee to have these returned. Please do take care when leaving the train as there could be a large gap onto the platform.
I mean, I'm not going to stand
On behalf of myself, Kieran, Dawn and Anne, it has been our pleasure to have you on board and we wish you a safe and pleasant onward journey. Thank you and a very good morning.
Platform 10 for the 1552 Southern service to East Croydon via Clapham Junction, calling at Harrow and Wealdstone, Wembley Central, Shepherd's Bush, Kensington Olympia, West Brompton, Imperial Wharf, Clapham Junction, Balham, Streatham Common, Norbury, Thornton Heath, Selhurst and East Croydon. This train has 4 carriages. Platform 10 for the 1552 Southern service to East Croydon via Clapham Junction. Platform 12 for the 1112 South Eastern service to Margate, calling at Stratford International, Ebbsfleet International, Ashford International, Canterbury West, Ramsgate, Broadstairs and Margate. This train has 6 carriages. Platform 12 for the 1112 South Eastern service to Margate. Trying to do impressions of Anne announcements. Announcements from Anne, who appears at most stations.
This is Morpeth. This is a Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop for this service will be Edinburgh Waverley.
Good morning, this is your driver speaking. This is the 0856 Lumo service. Next stop will be Edinburgh Waverley. We are about to depart, so we'll be closing the doors. If you get anywhere near the door, please stand clear. The doors are about to close. Please stand clear. Thank you.
Back to my seat for the remainder of the journey towards Edinburgh.
passengers that have just joined us, a very good morning. This is our Lumo service travelling up to Edinburgh Waverley. Next stop is Edinburgh Waverley. My name is Deborah, and together with Kieran, Dawn and Amp, it is a pleasure to have you on board this morning, alongside Jim, our customer driver. If you do see anything suspicious or out of place, please contact a member of the team, or you can text the British Transport Police on 61016. See it sorted.
Welcome to this Lumo service to Edinburgh Waverley. The next stop will be Edinburgh Waverley.
CCTV. Smoking and vaping is not permitted, and the toilets are fitted with highly sensitive smoke detectors. We do not sell any fresh sandwiches on board, however we do have hot drinks, alcoholic drinks, soft drinks and snacks. If you do want to order any sandwiches in the future, you can do this on our Lumo Eats app. For now, you can download the Lumo app where you can book for future travel, watch the latest news, movies and much more. For now, we ask you to sit back, relax and enjoy this Lumo travel experience. Thank you.
Definitely better than LNER, because LNER services tend to call at more stations. The only exception is the 0540 Flying Scotsman departure from Edinburgh to London King's Cross, which only calls at Newcastle and departs Newcastle at 0700, I believe, or 0704. Either way, it's best to arrive up to half an hour before your train leaves, or up to 15 minutes. Just to allow plenty of time before your train departs. If it's a Tube, DLR, Elizabeth line or London Overground service, doesn't really matter. Same with the tram link. The 1424 Transpennine Express service to Newcastle has been cancelled. This is due to a short notice change to the timetable. Customers are advised that they may be entitled to compensation for this disruption today. Platform 3 for the 1454 Transpennine Express service to Hull. Calling at Lee Green, Manchester Victoria, Stalybridge, Huddersfield, Leeds, Selby, Brough and Hull. This train has 5 carriages. Due to a short platform, passengers for Lee Green should board the front 3 carriages. Platform 3 for the 1454 Transpennine Express service to Hull.
Good morning. We'll shortly pass through the train with our at-sea trolley service, where we have a range of hot drinks that include tea, coffee, peppermint tea, Earl Grey tea, green tea and hot chocolate. A range of cold drinks that include bottles of water, apple juice, Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite and Iron Brew, and a range of alcoholic beverages. On board today we have some nice Coke and San Miguel, Brewdog, white wine, red wine, Prosecco, and tins of gin and tonic. If you're feeling peppered, we do not keep sandwiches on board, as my colleagues already said. These are for a pre-order service only. However, we do have a good range of snacks, and these include croissants, granola bars, flapjacks, Kit Kats, shortbread, millionaire shortbread, brownies, delicious hand-cooked crisps, as well as a range of confectionery. We are a cashless service, so we do not accept cash. However, we do accept all major credit cards, including Amex. Thank you.
The onboard trolley is coming back after Morpeth. I mean, we've already left Morpeth, so the onboard trolley will be back eventually. Platform 7 for the 1347 Transport for Wales service to Chester via Runcorn, calling at Liverpool South Parkway, Runcorn, Frodsham, Helsby and Chester. This train has 2 carriages. Platform 7 for the 1347 Transport for Wales service to Chester via Runcorn. Platform 3 for the 1321 Merseyrail service to Southport, calling at Liverpool South Parkway, Cressington, Aigburth, St Michael's, Brunswick, Liverpool Central, Moorfields, Sandhills, Bank Hall, Bootle Oriel Road, Bootle New Strand, Seaforth and Liverland, Waterloo Merseyside, Blundell Sands and Crosby, Hall Road, Hightown, Formby, Freshfield, Ainsdale, Hillside, Birkdale and Southport. This train has 3 carriages. Platform 3 for the 1321 Merseyrail service to Southport. 1 for the 1602 Great Western Railway service to Bristol Temple Meads, calling at Reading, Didcot Parkway, Swindon, Chippenham, Bath Spa and Bristol Temple Meads. This train has 9 carriages. A Nat seat service of light refreshments is available on the train. Please be aware that you can only bring a bicycle on this service if you have booked beforehand. First class accommodation is at the rear of this train. Platform 7 for the 1555 Heathrow Express service to Heathrow Terminal 5, calling at Heathrow Central for Terminals 2 and 3 and Heathrow Terminal 5. Platform 13 for the 1029 Gatwick Express service to Brighton, calling at Gatwick Airport and Brighton. Platform 13 for the 1029 Gatwick Express service to Brighton. Platform 9 for the 1057 Grand Central service to Bradford Interchange, calling at Doncaster, Pontefract-on-Hill, Wakefield Kirkgate, Murfield, Brighouse, Halifax, Lowmore and Bradford Interchange. Platform 9 for the 1057 Grand Central service to Bradford Interchange. Platform 2 for the 0909 Greater Anglia service to Liverpool Street, calling at Ware, St Margaret's, Hertfordshire, Rye House, Broxbourne, Cheshunt, Waltham Cross, Enfield Lock, Brimstown, Ponders End, Tottenham Hale, Hackney Downs and Liverpool Street. This train has 8 carriages. Platform 2 for the 0909 Greater Anglia service to Liverpool Street. For the 1209 West Midlands Railway service to Bromsgrove, calling at Lichfield City, Shenstone, Lake Street, Butler's Lane, Four Oaks, Sutton Coalfield, Wild Green, Chester Road, Erdington, Gravelly Hill, Aston, Birmingham New Street, Five Ways, University, Selly Oak, Bourneville, Kings Norton, Northfield, Longbridge and Bromsgrove. This train has 6 carriages. Platform 3 for the 1209 West Midlands Railway service to Bromsgrove. Stansted Airport, calling at Tottenham Hale, Harlow Town, Bishop Stortford and Stansted Airport. This train has 12 carriages. Oyster and contactless payment cards are not valid after Tottenham Hale onboard this service. Island Line service to Ryde Esplanade, calling at Lake, Sandown, Brading, Smallbrook Junction, Ryde St John's Road and Ryde Esplanade. This train has 2 carriages. Smallbrook Junction is a request stop, and passengers for this station should ask the conductor on the train to arrange for the train to stop to allow them to alight. Change at Ryde Esplanade for a replacement bus to Ryde Pier Head. Platform 1 for the 12:45 Island Line service to Ryde Pier to Ryde Esplanade. Wonderful scenery on the East Coast Main Line. better than the awful seat I was assigned back in June 2022. Platform 5 for the 10:42 service to Shepperton, calling at Vauxhall, Clapham Junction, Earlsfield. No, sorry. Platform 2 for the 12:58 South Western Railway service to London Waterloo, calling at Datchet, Sunnymeads, Braesbury, Staines, Ashford, Surrey, Feltham, Whitton, Twickenham, Richmond, Putney, Clapham Junction, Vauxhall and London Waterloo. This train has 4 carriages. Platform 2 for the 12:58 South Western Railway service to London Waterloo. Don't think the don't think the trolley service is coming back, because when I travelled with Lumo back in June 2022, the onboard trolley was in coach C between Morpeth and Edinburgh. thoughts on the Piccadilly line, Earls Court? Platform 7 for the 0917 ScarTrail service to Dumfries, calling at Gretna Green, Annan and Dumfries. This train has 2 carriages. Platform 7 for the 0917 ScarTrail service to Dumfries. So excited, can't wait to travel on the 11:30 ScarTrail service to Aberdeen from Edinburgh. Maybe in March or April I'll do the Class 318s and 320s. This includes the 320/4s that used to operate with First Capital Connect, now Thameslink and Great Northern, and London Midland, now London North Western Railway and West Midlands Railway. And I'll definitely take the Caledonian Sleeper up to Glasgow. whether it's in a classic rim or the club rim. Probably the classic rim as it's cheaper, and maybe with an upgrade to the club rim with Sea Frog if possible. Cannot upgrade if you are a seated passenger, unfortunately. That back there was Reston, opened in May 2022. Managed by ScotRail, but it's only served by LNER and the Transpennine Express. No ScotRail services actually call at Reston. ScotRail only goes as far as Dunbar on the East Coast Main Line.
Couldn't get me words out there. A tea. Milk and sugar. Yeah. 2 milk and 2 sugar enough for you? Yeah.
Oh, you got lots of them before. You do? I won't give you no more.
Transpennine Express to Newcastle. I'm not having anything, don't worry, I got a bottle of water
That's
earlier.
alright, yeah. Are you enjoying your journey though?
Yes.
You're on the right side for the views there, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, on LNER, it's definitely this side. I mean, Lumo is better than LNER as this train arrives into Edinburgh first from King's Cross. That is not the sleeper.
Alright.
Or not via Birmingham. Not via Birmingham or Manchester. Not to mention via Leeds.
That's great. I don't know if anyone mentioned, but these trees actually fell out of the back of the yeah, and then if you would put your reference, you won't have the overhang, alright? You can, if you want it.
This fella wants something. This. Oh, you still sorry?
I was thinking where you go.
I didn't realise.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Where you sit, sir?
Just back there.
Yeah, I'm coming
going that way.
Yeah.
Alright, you'll have to push back so I can get on the other end.
No, it's alright. I'll just
sure?
leave you down.
Alright.
Maybe I'll have something on the train back to London later.
No problem.
Or something in Edinburgh, whichever is better. Lumo and Caledonian Sleeper, best choices of travel between London and Scotland that aren't driving or flying. Flying a bit too overpriced in my opinion, especially with budget airlines. Caledonian Sleeper can be overpriced at the best of times, especially. Lumo is cheap. An advance tickets for the first northbound and last southbound trains of the day with a rail card discount are typically about £45. I mean, up to 2 weeks in advance. But prices do vary depending on demand. Sadly, there aren't any direct trains between London and Dresden, which means you'll have to change in Newcastle, Berwick-upon-Tweed or Edinburgh. There aren't even any direct trains between London and Dunbar as well, also having to change in Edinburgh or Berwick-upon-Tweed or Newcastle. For Chesterley Street, change at Darlington, Durham or Newcastle. For Morpeth, travel with Lumo. For Almouth or Berwick-upon-Tweed, travel with LNER. Cross Country was originally supposed to serve Reston upon its opening, but LNER chose to serve Reston instead. Once a day in each direction between Edinburgh and Newcastle. Some cross-country services may call additionally at Reston, especially when Transpennine Express services are cancelled. "25 minutes until we arrive in Edinburgh." Wonderful views of the North Sea. On the West Coast Main Line, you don't get any views of the Irish Sea. Peak day return between Euston and Milton Keynes is £21.80 Avanti West Coast only, or £22.10 on London North Western Railway, and £22.10 on any permitted, whether it's London North Western Railway or Avanti West Coast. Anytime day return from Euston to Milton Keynes, £43.60 Avanti West Coast only, or £44.70 any permitted. Travel between Paddington and Heathrow, you can use the Elizabeth line or the Heathrow Express. Heathrow Express if you want to travel to Terminal 5 without having to change trains at Terminals 2 and 3. What is this? Between Reston and Dunbar. Another southbound Lumo service to London from Edinburgh. Piccadilly line and DLR will get new trains. Either next year or in 2025. I believe we are passing Dunbar, or are close to Dunbar. Yep, that was definitely Dunbar. We'll pass through another station called East Linton, which is currently under construction and is supposed to be served by ScotRail and Transpennine Express upon its opening. Definitely ScotRail, not sure about Transpennine Express, but definitely not cross-country, LNER or Lumo. Lockerbie is another station managed by ScotRail, but is not served by ScotRail, only served by Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express. So maybe Reston took inspiration from Lockerbie. Managed by ScotRail, no ScotRail services call at either station, only Transpennine Express and Avanti West Coast, Lockerbie, as well as LNER Reston. We are now approaching East Linton, under construction. Opening, I don't know, eventually. That was the currently under construction East Linton station. branch line from North Berwick.
phone up to confirm that I'm coming to have an appointment today. Viewing. Carmyle Avenue. Adams. Yeah. Well, thank you, cheers, right?
But I will start packing up when it says 10 o'clock. Welcome aboard this northern service to Liverpool Lime Street. We will be calling at Colton-le-Field, Preston, Leyland, Exton Bolshaw Lane, Wigan Northwestern, St Helens Central, Highton, Broad Green and Liverpool Lime Street. Can passengers please take some time to read the safety information displayed throughout the train and be aware that smoking or vaping is not allowed anywhere on this train. Customers are reminded to keep all personal belongings with them at all times. If you see anything suspicious, please report it to a member of staff or the British Transport Police. This is the northern service to Liverpool Lime Street. The next stop is Colton-le-Field. Won't record the journey back to London from Edinburgh because I'll probably be tired by then and I need to get some rest on the journey back to London. on this LNER Azuma to Leeds, we will call at Peterborough, Doncaster, Wakefield Westgate and Leeds. The next station will be Peterborough. CCTV is in operation on this service for your safety and security. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to our onboard team or text British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted. Okay, time to start getting ready for the arrival into Edinburgh. Still hear the compressor even at high speed. Getting my jumper off and maybe on the journey back to London I'll do a tour of the entire train again. Coach A is at the London end, Coach E is at the Edinburgh end. .10:03, 5 minutes out. The 1000 LNER Azuma to London King's Cross from Edinburgh, calling at Newcastle, Durham, Darlington, York, Doncaster, Newark Northgate, Peterborough and London King's Cross. Almouth or Northallerton. Not sure about that part.
We'll shortly be arriving at Edinburgh Waverley, where this service terminates.
Good morning everyone, we shall shortly be
Before
arriving
leaving the
at
train,
Waverley Station.
take a moment to check you have everything with you.
Please make sure you take all your personal belongings with you, checking in the racks above your head and
Don't forget any bags or cases in the luggage racks or under seats, and retain your tickets as they may be required
and you may have to pay a fee to have this
when
fitted.
exiting this station.
Please do take care when using the train, as there could be a large gap from the train onto the platform.
Please take care when leaving the train and use the handrails provided as the step down to the platform is larger than usual at this station. Thank you for travelling with Lumo today. We are now approaching Edinburgh Waverley, where this service terminates. Automated announcement got cut off, sadly. By the guard or conductor. I think they're the same thing, but could be wrong. What platform will we arrive into at Edinburgh? Let's find out, shall we? We are in a tunnel, so there's nothing to see really. Just pitch black darkness. It's going to be freezing, I imagine. Which is what I imagine Scotland is like at this time of year, January. It's usually random the side that the doors open on in Edinburgh, Newcastle and King's Cross, London King's Cross. Stevenage is always on the left, but it could be on the right. Morpeth definitely on the left. That there is a ScotRail Class 380 about to depart for Dunbar. Danger, beware of trains, stop, look and listen. Edinburgh! First time since June 2022.
This is Edinburgh Waverley, where this service terminates. Before leaving the train, take a moment to check you have everything with you. Don't forget any bags or cases in the luggage racks or under seats. And retain your tickets, as they may be required when exiting this station. Thank you for travelling with Lumo. We hope you have a great onward journey.
I have something to put in the bin.
Thank you so much.
That's it.